You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, with 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place, There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him, kill the umpire, shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Good morning, Braves Country, as the Atlanta Braves are set for the rubber match against the Baltimore Orioles. And a lot to get into with a little time to do it, so let's go ahead and dive in to game number 3. It's going to be Bryce Elder versus Tyler Wells. We will bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. First pitch is 11:35 a.m. And As far as the weather is concerned, it looks pretty promising. We're talking about partly cloudy. We're talking about a high during game time around 78 and a slight wind out of the southwest, going to be about 7-8 miles an hour. So nothing that should really affect the game much. So if you put that out of the way and you say, all right, so what do we got going on today? Well, I don't think it shocks anybody other than the timing, because we weren't expecting him to be back this quickly. Orlando Arcia is in the lineup. He has been reinstated off the injured list. We were being told it would be much later in the month. We expected him to have to go on a rehab assignment. That is not the case. And I think that has to do with the need for a defensive shortstop that can swing the stick to even coming off the injury. You know, he's going to probably be a little rusty, but he's still going to swing it better than what we've got going on along with his defense. So what did the Braves do? They optioned Vaughn Grissom back to the minor leagues. And if you caught last night's game, or if you saw the box score or whatever, he was awful. There was two things that he did, two major blunders, and one was a decision. The decision not to run out the ball that he hit deep into the corner, I think ultimately is what cost him his opportunity this time. He hit a ball deep into the corner and he just kind of lightly jogged halfway. Then when he realized the ball was landing fair, then he took off running, and it would have been a triple with less than 2 outs. Instead, it was a double. He was going to try to stretch it and held him at third. Held him from the third base coach area. He had to slam on the brakes. If he's running out the gate, he's easily in there for a triple. And it may be Shoemake going back down today. Now, the other thing is not a decision. It was just a poor play, and it really leads to the fact that he's not ready. And defensively at shortstop, I don't know when he'll be ready, if ever. He made another error last night, and these errors that he's making, it really drives you batty because, and I understand that it's a new position to him, but what you're thinking as a fan watching it is that he's not making the easy play that a junior high school shortstop is making. Now, a lot of that has to do with the lack of time he's had. The thing is, Ron Washington made us believe during the offseason with several quotes that he was going to be ready and it wasn't going to be that much of a transition. Well, evidently, as Maury Povich would say, turns out that was a lie because he is nowhere near ready. I'm not putting it all on Grissom, but what I am saying is he's going to have to be down there, and he's going to have to be down there for a while. There's an injury to another position. He played fine second base last year. Maybe they end up trying to try him out somewhere else, like left field. But once again, that's another work in progress. He's not just going to go out there and automatically pick up the outfield. It's a lot easier to pick up the outfield than it is shortstop. Obviously, shortstop to me is the most difficult position to pick up in all of probably, well, I'm not going to say all of sports, but pretty damn close. That and center field are the two most difficult positions other than the obvious, being a starting pitcher, being a pitcher in general, or being a catcher. But as far as in the field, not battery mates, to me it ranks shortstop and then center field. The only positions that I think are more difficult or maybe as difficult to learn in sport would be like the starting quarterback in the National Football League, just because everything that has to go on pre-snap and whatnot and the judgment. But as far as playing the game of baseball, it's shortstop, it's center field, and it's a little laughable that we all thought he could just pick it up. I had my questions. If you listen to the show way back in the preseason, I really did question how quickly he could pick it up. But Wash kept making us believe that it was something that he was picking up quickly, that I'm not going to go through all the quotes, but basically he was saying he couldn't believe how fast he was picking it up. And oh my word, how great is this? All that kind of stuff. And now the proof is in the pudding. Now we're sitting here watching it and we're like, what in the hell is going on? And so he's going back down to the minors. And I think it's the best thing for him if he's going to learn how to play shortstop one day, or if he's going to go out there and let's say that they're going to repurpose him over to left field. I don't think it would be a terrible idea for him to learn how to play left field during this time period, right? Why not? Go out there and get him as many opportunities as he can in along with shortstop, but also in the outfield. And then from time to time, let him go over there and make sure that he stays sharp at second base. Because the more, and remember, he's a kid, man. He's barely drinking age. So he's got a long time to figure this out. But I think what sunk him this time around was not necessarily the defense. I think what sank him this time around was the lack of effort on a ball hit in the corner. I mean, he was holding his bat halfway down the line and then finally realized, oh, I guess I need to start running. That's not going to play. If you remember, now look, can he come back from this? Absolutely. Do you remember? It was either 2018 or 2019. I don't remember the exact year, but it was in that neighborhood when Ronald Acuna Jr. essentially did the same thing. He didn't run a couple of balls out, and he ended up getting benched. He came back from it. I still think Vaughn Grissom's an everyday player in the National League and in major leagues, and most likely for the Atlanta Braves. And I think he's going to be a phenomenal offensive star. He's just got to learn defense, and he's got to learn that when he's between those lines, you are playing the game. You are not a spectator. Don't watch, go. And I think they'll work with him on it. I don't think you'll ever see it from him again, to be honest with you. I think he's going to get down there. It's going to get brought up to him if it wasn't already brought up last night when he was being sent down. But when it gets brought up to him, whenever it is, I think it'll resonate, and he will sit there and have time to think about it while he's bumping around on the bus rides back and forth in Gwinnett. And he's going to stay motivated to get back to the show. And when he gets back to the show, you're probably going to see the most hustle out of him, out of anybody that we have. So we'll go ahead and put that aside, but welcome back, Orlando RC. Excited to see him today. Hopefully we haven't rushed him back, but I would think that as cautious as the Braves normally are, I seriously doubt that's the case. We were just a little shocked that he didn't have to take some kind of a minor leagues stint. I mean, Travis d'Arnaud is down there, by the way, right now doing his minor league stint. He, I think he went 0 for 3 Friday night is what I saw with the strikeout. I'll see if I can get any other information as far as what happened yesterday, but I think they'll have him down there a handful of days just to make sure that his head's right, because d'Arnaud's a totally different story. We're talking about, is d'Arnaud ready to get back behind the plate with the concussions? Because when he comes back, and I would say when he comes back, he's only going to be behind the plate maybe once a week to start off. But they want to make sure that he's ready to get back behind the plate in case, God forbid, there's another collision. So the starting lineups, we'll go through them, do the entire lineups with the averages and whatnot right before first pitch. But today. It's a little different. Sean Murphy is out of the lineup, a much needed rest, and I think it's a great idea to give him the day off right before we have a day off and we're at home. So he's going to get 2 days of rest going into the 2-game series against Boston, which begins Tuesday night. We will have both Boston games, Tuesday night and Wednesday night's game. We'll have both of them right here on Braves Country Baseball, Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe. And we are going to bring you Friday night's game of Toronto next week. And the plan right now is to bring you a Mother's Day game. We're going to do a little different and have a bit of a treat for you next week with it being Mother's Day. My mom, huge baseball fan growing up. She grew up in the era of the Brooklyn Dodgers. She grew up in Brooklyn. And long story short, she's going to stop by and hang out with us for Mother's Day, which ought to be really neat because we're going to talk about, basically what she went through as a fan with the Brooklyn Dodgers in the 40s and losing them in the 50s to Los Angeles, et cetera, et cetera. So that should be a lot of fun. As of right now, that is the plan. So we plan on bringing you that game next Sunday. And the Saturday game, probably bringing it to you. I just have to make sure that I've got room on my calendar. There's one thing that I have to double check, but I should know that by Friday at the very latest. But the plan is to bring you the entire Toronto series next week. Okay. The Atlanta Braves lineup is going to look like this. We've got Acuna leading off. Then we got Olsen and Riley. None of that's changed. Ozzie Albies will be the number 4 hitter with Murphy being out. Now it's a right-hander on the mound today for Baltimore. More on that in a minute. Rosario is the number 5 hitter. Ozuna is the DH. We've seen what he has done here. He has been red hot this week. It is not only did he continue it, but he hit another home run in here at home last night. So he's got 6 home runs on the year. 4 of them came from this week. So it wasn't just a Miami Marlins thing. Michael Harris, he is batting 7th and raising his average up. He finally got himself a home run this weekend. Arcia is batting 8th. Orlando Arcia back in the lineup. In case you're just joining us, he is in. Vaughn Grissom has been optioned back to AAA. And Chadwick Tromp is going to be behind the plate and batting 9th. And like I said, Murphy, there's nothing wrong with Murphy. He's just getting a day off. I mean, this guy's been behind the plate getting beat up, and it's a great idea for them to get him a day off. He will be available for pinch hitting duties. Excuse me, it's kind of early to be talking. Good old Sunday morning baseball. You got to love it. And the Orioles, pretty close to the same participants in their lineup. They just changed it around a little bit. They got Mullins leading off. Santander, that man has just absolutely just crushed us. I can't wait for him to get out of town. He's got 5 home runs this year. I feel like he's hit 7 over the last couple of days. I mean, it's just unbelievable what that guy has done against us. I've been very aware of him over the last few years, playing a lot of fantasy baseball and whatnot. You kind of pay attention to the statistics, but I've never really watched him up close. That guy has got a powerful, powerful stroke. Mountain Castle, another good player in his own right. He is batting 3rd, and he'll be first base. By the way, Santander, I can't remember if I mentioned this. He is the designated hitter today. And then they got Henderson as a cleanup hitter in short, and then they got Hayes, Frazier at second base tonight, or this morning. Urias is the third baseman, and Stowers is out in right field. McCann is behind the plate tonight, or today. I keep saying tonight. I don't know why I'm saying that. McCann is behind the plate this morning, and that is the same James McCann that played for the New York Mets. So we know what he's about. He's more about defense. He'll get into one every once in a while. He's got 2 home runs on the year, but that's how you have that. Tyler Wells is the starting pitcher today. Very impressive numbers, 2-1 with a 3.34 ERA. The most important number to me, or most impressive number to me, the .77 whip. That is elite. So he's got 35 innings pitched, 27 strikeouts, only allowed 21 hits. 21 hits in 35 innings, 6 walks, which is pretty darn good as well. He has given up 7 home runs. So to get to Wells, the Braves are going to have to get the long ball going. Hopefully get him knocked out early, as the Baltimore bullpen has been used quite a bit. Bryce Elder is on the mound for the Braves today. As you probably already know that. He's 3-0 with a 1.75 ERA, 1.06 whip. Phenomenal numbers so far. 36 innings, 32 strikeouts, just 9 walks allowed. So you like that. Anytime you have a 3-to-1 ratio in walks to strikeouts, you'll always take it. So he's 32-9. So he's actually above that clip. And then giving up just 3 home runs. So Elder versus Wells should be a low-scoring game. And there you have that. All right, we're going to step away for a second. Get ready for Braves Orioles game number 3, the rubber match. And the winner of this game will have the better record as well. The other thing on the line for the Braves, as we come into today's game, 6 in front of the Mets, 7 in front of Miami, 8 in front of Philly, and 9 in front of Washington. 6, 7, 8, 9. You got to love that. The Braves are 8-8 at home now this year. Let's get a winning record at the Truist going into our off day, where we're going to be back at home again on Tuesday and Wednesday against the Red Sox. Come on now. A losing record at home when you got the best record in the National League? That's a little bizarre. Let's go out and get the W. All right. We're going to take, like I said, take a really quick step away and get you ready. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop. all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Game number 3, the rubber match. The Baltimore Orioles will head to the plate first. As the visiting team, they'll send Cedric Mullins, center fielder, to lead off today's action. 4 home runs, 28 RBI, 11 stolen bases, a .252 average. Anthony Santander, designated hitter, batting second, .256 average, 5 home runs, and 19 RBI. Ryan Mountcastle is the first baseman and hitting third. 8 home runs, 26 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .261 average. Gunnar Henderson is the shortstop and batting cleanup. 3 home runs, 7 RBI, a 186 clip. Austin Hayes, the left fielder, batting .293, 4 home runs, 11 RBI. Frazier is at second today. 3 home runs, 13 RBI, and a .239 average. Ramon Urias, playing third base, a .286 average, 1 home run, 15 RBI, 2 stolen bases. Kyle Stowers is batting eighth and playing right field, 125 average. And James McCann is behind the plate with a .227 average, 2 home runs, 5 RBI, and a stolen base. He'll be receiving pitches from Tyler Wells, who's 2-1 with a 3.34 ERA, a .77 whip, 35 innings pitched, just 21 hits allowed, 27 strikeouts, 6 walks, and 7 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head versus Bryce Elder, who is 3-0, a 1.75 ERA, 1.06 whip, 36 innings pitched, 29 hits allowed, with 32 strikeouts, 9 walks, and 3 home runs given up. Coming to bat for your Atlanta Braves in the bottom of the first, it will be Ronald Acuna Jr. leading off and playing right field, 351 on the year, 6 home runs, 21 RBI, and 15 stolen bases. Matt Olson batting second and playing first, the .246 average, 9 homers, 26 RBI. Austin Riley, a .256 average with 6 home runs, 18 RBI, batting third and playing third. Batting cleanup from second base, Ozzie Albies, a .293 average, 9 home runs, 26 RBI. He does have 1 stolen base. Eddie Rosario, he has 1 stolen base with a .250 average, 10 RBI, and 3 home runs from left field. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, with 6 home runs, 9 RBI, and a .152 average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field, 1 home run, 3 RBI, and 2 stolen bases with a .220 average. Orlando Arcia, 2 home runs, 7 RBI, and a .333 average. He is back in the lineup for your Atlanta Braves. If you missed the beginning of the show, Vaughn Grissom has been optioned down to AAA. And Chadwick Tromp will be behind the plate this morning, 2 for 14 on the year, 1 RBI, a .143 average. And that's your lineups for Braves versus Baltimore Orioles. Game number 3, the rubber match of the series. We're just about ready for first pitch on a Sunday fun day here in Braves country. So grab you a cold one, find you an armchair, or maybe a nice spot in the pool. It's Braves versus Orioles. We're just about set, Braves country. Keep your chop hand free as we go after a series win here in Atlanta. Hope y'all are ready, Braves country. The Orioles and Braves are just about ready to get started. Baltimore Orioles will be in their road whites with the black ball caps and the orange Oriole on the front with the orange bill. Like I said before, we're expecting pretty good weather today, so I don't think that's going to be an issue as we're just about set here in Braves country. A little bit of a delay as they're doing the I call it the peacock stuff, as they take forever to get going when they do games. Going to go ahead and set the scoreboard up for you. Hope you're having a good Sunday fun day. And here's hoping Bryce Elder can continue doing Bryce Elder things. He has been phenomenal so far. Go ahead and set this up as we don't have the normal folks helping with me today because it is a Sunday. So I'm trying to do it all by myself. Give me 1 second. We will be just about set here on Braves Country Baseball. Always good to know where everyone is listening from or where you're from in Braves country. If you want to drop it in the chat, we're always interested to see where folks, we're worldwide here. We got folks from all over the place, all over the world that listen in and chime in. And as we are just about set there, you see Wells, and so it was set for 11:35 first pitch, but once again, peacock things happen, and they are. And what's always funny to me is that they are the ones, the broadcast stations, they are the ones that make the most complaints about starting times and whatnot, and how long games take, and then they're the ones with the delay. Anytime that we are on Braves local, if it's a 7:10 first pitch, 7:20 first pitch, it goes off without a hitch. But today, 11:35, that's just Peacock doing Peacock things. So we're just about set for it, waiting for the final warm-ups and whatnot. And 1 day away or 1 week away from Mother's Day. Hope you got your Mother's Day shopping out there, as next Sunday we will bring you Braves versus Braves versus Blue Jays in Toronto on Mother's Day. And if you missed the pregame show, we're going to have my mom stop by here. She grew up a huge baseball fan in Brooklyn in the 1940s into the 50s. And we are going to talk to her about her experiences with losing the Dodgers, growing up as a Dodger fan as a kid, and then kind of losing her team. She's slowly starting to come over to Braves country. It's only taken me 40 plus years. So hopefully this experience will bring her into Braves country, into the fold. She really doesn't have a team right now. She just kind of likes to enjoy watching baseball. So We are now about ready for first pitch. I said the Orioles were in their whites. It's more of a really light gray. The Braves are in their home whites, and it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Elder is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Braves in their home whites with the Braves across the chest, tomahawk down below. The 1-0 is inside. Elder quickly back to work. It's 2-0. The 2-0 from Elder, high and outside, ball 3-0. Rough start for Bryce Elder here to get you going here in the top of the first inning. The 3-0 pitch, and it's a 4-pitch walk. Elder not feeling it here on an early Sunday morning. Hopefully he'll get that straightened out quickly. It's the Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles, rubber match of the series. And if you missed the pregame, Orlando Arcia is back. He is in the lineup. Vaughn Grissom has been sent back down to AAA. If you caught any of last night's game, you would understand why. First pitch on the way to the number 2 hitter, Santander, as a fastball on the outer edge, missed for a ball. It's 1-0. I'm sorry, hits it for a strike. It's 0-1 on the outer edge. Santander has been an absolute monster in this series. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and not very deep into center field. Harris misplays it at first, has to run in and recover, and he'll make out number 1. Santander has been absolutely just scorching this weekend. He has been playing right field all weekend. He's the designated hitter today. Mountcastle will come to the plate. He's the first baseman. Righty-righty matchup. And Elder fires it over to first. Keep the runner close by. Braves nothing, Orioles nothing. Top of the first inning. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over towards short. Arcia's got it. It's going to be a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. It's nice to have a shortstop back. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. We're just getting going here on a Sunday morning.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you. And God bless America.
Le'Veon Bell, he put out a single for people to listen to on Twitter of a rap album that he's really proud of. He asked for people to critique it. Keenan Allen, the receiver of the Chargers, came back with the trash emoji.
Appreciate your honesty.
And what's even better, I can't do it justice because we're on radio. You've got to see the video. The video that he put up. Oh, my God. It's like the most funny and exciting thing I have ever seen because it's like really bad late 80s, early 90s rap video. But anyways, the video is the best part of the whole thing. He's got a hoodie on. It's staged almost like black and white. He's like under a bridge somewhere where there's like a bonfire going.
Hard times.
So like, yeah.
Hard times.
Hard times for a guy making millions.
He can relate.
But the funniest part is when he's got the hoodie on, he's doing poses and stuff like that and kind of jiving around. And then this is the funniest part. Out of nowhere, sorry, I can't get it out. He comes up from under the screen. So in other words, like
from the Muppets or something?
Almost like the Muppets.
When you see just the figure just come straight up.
Yes, the gig comes straight up while he's also in the background. Uh-huh. It's like the worst thing put together ever. I don't know how to edit a video. We could do better than this. I'm telling you.
Who's the director, Pouncey?
Armchair.
Harry Wright eats baseball, breathes baseball, thinks baseball, dreams baseball, and incorporates baseball in his prayers. Cincinnati Enquirer.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles. It is scoreless here in the bottom of the first. Ronald Acuna Jr. digs into the Batter's box, righty-righty matchup, and Wells fires the first pitch, 94-mile-an-hour fastball, high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 on the way. And swung on, and that ball is going to be grounded over towards short. Henderson is charging the ball. He fires it over to first, and Acuna is an easy out, number 1, here in the bottom of the first. It was almost, you could see Acuna being disgusted with himself as he heads back to the first base dugout. I think it was almost an excuse me swing that made contact and rolled it up the middle. So that'll bring Olsen to the plate. Olsen, righty-lefty matchup as Wells kicks and fires, and it's a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 on the way. Swing and a miss. Top shelf, outer edge, just misses it. Even up the count at 1-1. Tyler Wells has kind of like a bent right back leg in his delivery. The 1-1 pitch off the plate, down below the knees. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Outside wide, it's 3-1. The 3-1 delivery, swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back on the track, over the wall. It's a home run, a solo shot for your Atlanta Braves. Atlanta leads at 1-0. Outer edge shot, and Matt Olson hammers it over the left field wall. Sent it to dead straight center field, just a little into left center. And that'll bring up Austin Riley. Austin Riley takes the first pitch for a strike on the outer edge, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery from Wells. Off the plate wide. Even up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 delivery. Winds and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of that, grounds it foul, and it's 1-2. Braves 1. Orioles 0. Bottom of the first. Matt Olson, a solo shot. The 1-0 pitch. Down below the knees. And it's 2-2. Do apologize. The Peacock feed is much slower than the normal feed, so we may be a touch behind on the counts. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Riley down on strikes. His slump continues. There's 2 away. You don't normally see Austin Riley in such an extended slump, but he is in the middle of it. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie. Wells flips it in there down below the knees. It's 2-0. 2-0 pitch from to Ozzy from Wells. They set up outside, swing, and that ball's hit high, but not very deep. It's a lazy fly ball into left center. Who's going to get it? Mullins makes a catch, and that'll end the inning. Not before the Braves put one on the board. It's 1-0 in Atlanta.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
You can't go cheap on the TP. So I'm going to throw the honorable mention of diapers. You can go to a lesser name brand, and there's a median there. Store brand diapers, garbage. You will have more blowouts and cleanups than you will know what to do with.
Are you willing?
It is not worth saving the dollar.
Are you willing to go to cloth diapers to save money?
No.
Does anybody still do that? What a terrible idea.
Yes.
Do they?
There are people. Yes.
That's such
and
a
they need
terrible
hug me
idea.
jackets. They have lost their mind. There's no way I would process that thing through my washing
Why would I want?
and then ever wear anything out of it again.
I mean, if someone drizzles on my shoes in the men's room, I'm throwing them out. I don't want a full-blown episode and go, well, we can reuse those. Don't throw them out. Who came up with that idea?
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
For the first time, to the shock of the baseball community, he paid each player a salary. The highest paid was Harry's brother George, the shortstop, who received a considerable sum of $1,400 a season, 7 times the average working man's wage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles. First pitch on the way from Elders, high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Braves out on top after a Matt Olson solo shot. The 1-0 pitch swing and fouled out of play up against the screen behind home plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 down in the dirt. Good eye. And it's 2-1. The 2-1 from Elder. Swing and a miss. Fastball on the outer edge. 2-2. Austin Hayes, 27-year-old outfielder from Daytona Beach, Florida. Played his college ball at Jacksonville, JU Dolphins. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded straight up the middle, but RC is in perfect position. He'll make the play. It's a 6-3 putout and 1 away. Good to see Orlando Arcia back in the lineup, back in the fold after the extended stint on the IL. First pitch on the way with 1 away is a fastball on the outer edge. It's 1-0. Strike at the top of the zone. Quickly 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That was a nasty hook on the outside. He went after for out number 2. Rings up as a sinker. It was really more of like a biting slider. So 2 away, and Adam Frazier comes to the plate. Frazier, From the left side, 31 years old, from Athens, Georgia. Went to college at Mississippi State. The 2-0 misses out of the zone. It's 3-0. You might remember Frazier from the Pittsburgh Pirates for several years. He was traded away in 21, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Frazier. 1 on, 2 away here in the top of the second. Traded away to the Padres and then played for Seattle last year before coming back over to Baltimore. He can play a little bit all over the place, more of a utility infield role, and can play a little outfield. At one point was being rumored as a part of a trade target for the Atlanta Braves. Ramon Urias is coming up to the plate, and he's batting from the right side. Urias 3 hits on Friday night. The first pitch on the way to Urias is a ball outside. It's 1-0. Urias was the last out of last night's game. If you missed that game, Raziel Iglesias, got Ramon Urias as the 1-0 is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 1-1. Iglesias came off the IL and was actually used last night in a big spot with a 1-run lead in the ninth. The 1-1 swing and a miss, strike 2. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Elder. He kicks and deals, and it's a slider off the plate, evening up the count at 2-2. Iglesias had a clean 1-2-3 inning to get the first save on the year. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. Do it again at 2-2. Braves lead at 1-0, 1 on, 2 away. The 2-2 on the way, swung on and popped up, but it'll get foul into the stands, into the upper deck. 1-0 your score. The rubber match of this 3-game series. Atlanta will have the day off tomorrow and then be back at it Tuesday and Wednesday night. They'll welcome in the Boston Red Sox. Elder flips the throw over to first to keep Frazier close by. We'll do it again. A 2-2 count. Deuce is wild here in the top of the second. 2 outs. 2-2 count. Elder steps off for a second. The 2-2 delivery swung on, and it's a comebacker to Elder. He backhands it. Ball comes off his glove. He recovers, flips it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out to end the inning. Baltimore threatens but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash, 1-0 in Braves country.
Kind of fun and he's kind of fat, the all-American man.
My typical favorite shot, honestly, is just old Jack D. Well, ice cold Jack D. But if I'm going to pick like more of like a shooter type of thing, it is the most dangerous one, and I no longer drink it. But man, a good Jaeger bomb.
I was about to say, it's probably got some Jägermeister.
But I'm going to tell you right now, do a Jaeger bomb nowadays, I'm probably going to end up in divorce court. So, I black out and not only just time travel, I travel. I wake up in other cities. So,
if I remember correctly, you used to like slap your face like Curly, and then you would just do this,
yes,
this shuffle step, and then it was on after that.
Yes.
We went into plan M for McGee.
Yes.
All right, execute plan M. You know, Todd, you get the flanks. If if anybody's taller than McGee, get him out now.
Oh, yes.
At least that's how I remember it.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember it. And that's kind of the point.
Checkmate.
Armchair.
To further solidify their control, the owners added a reserve clause to the contracts of the 5 best men on every team. It required that each play only for his current employer and reserved his services for the following year. At first, few complained. To be reserved was to be sure of a job for the coming season. Those who did complain that the reserve clause smacked of slavery, fired, then blacklisted. For the first time in the history of the game, players would serve the interests of the owners. For the next 100 years, the professional game would be dominated by those who owned the field and supplied the ball.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0, and the first pitch on the way is down below the knees to Eddie Rosario, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 right there for a strike, fastball right down Main Street, taken all the way. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch to Eddie, off the plate, just wide. 2-1. The 2-1 delivery inside, down below the ankles, had to dive out of the way, and it's 3-1. (3-1) taken all the way by Eddie, and it's a 3-2 count. The 3-2 swing and fouls it straight back out of play. It's do it again at 3-2. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball, top shelf, outer edge, off the plate just a bit, or out of the zone just a little bit. Might have actually been on the plate, but high and out of the zone for the first out. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna has been on a bit of a tear here recently. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is a ball just off the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozuna. Righty-righty matchup. Swing! Fouls it straight back. It's 1-1. The 1-1, high and out of the zone, 94 miles an hour, just above the eyes. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards third. And a high throw. Ozuna is going to bend out of the way as he's heading down first base line, and he will avoid the tag. And he'll be sitting on first with one away. Most likely an error. It was a high throw. Actually, pretty phenomenal catch by Mountcastle. That ball was heading towards the dugout. And Ozuna, who was running down the line last second, realized what was going on and was able to bend out of the way. Actually, at a second look on the second camera angle, Mountcastle was nowhere close to tagging him. I thought he was a lot closer than he was. But anyway, you set it up. There's one on, one out, and here comes Michael Harris. The 1-0 pitch to Harris is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball out wide. And it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch off the plate, wide ball 2-0. The 2-0 to Michael. Righty-lefty matchup. Here's the windup and delivery. Swing, and that ball's fouled straight back. Do it again at 2-1. A 2-1 count to Harris. And the windup and pitch inside, ball 3-1. One on, one out. The 3-1 pitch to Harris. Swing, and that ball's popped up. It'll be a can of corn in the infield. Who wants it? Third baseman Urias is underneath it. He camps out and makes the catch, and there's 2 away. Fastball on the outer part of the plate, and Harris just got underneath it. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate for the first time in a long time as he gets a mild standing O. Righty-righty matchup, 1 on, 2 out. The first pitch to Orlando is swung on and grounded, foul over towards third. It's 0-1. First game for Orlando in almost a month, April 13th. Man, has it not felt a lot longer than that? The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 92, top shelf. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way to Orlando. High and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Arcia, 1 on, 2 out. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 94 miles an hour. Pumped it right past him at the top of the zone, and that'll end the inning. Braves put 1 on, but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorry. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles. First pitch on the way from Elder is a ball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Elder, kicks and deals. Slider right there for a strike on the inner cut, right there at the knees. Kyle Stowers 0 for 2 in this series with a strikeout. The 1-1 misses high, just inside. It's 2-1. He made a phenomenal catch at the wall last night, robbing an extra base hit. The 2-1 pitch, swing and fires that straight back to the backstop. It's 2-2. One nothing your score. The 2-2 pitch. Did he go around? They're going to say he did not. A 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout for Elder, and there's one away. So that'll bring McCann, the number 9 hitter, to the plate. McCann, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is a grounded foul. Just got a piece of it to send it towards the third base dugout. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to McCann, right there at the knees for a strike. Nice slider by Elder. It's 0-2. The 0-2 delivery, down and out of the zone, taken all the way by McCann. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Elder. He fires and deals, swing and fouls it off. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 from Elder. He winds up and lets it fly. Swung on and grounded over towards third. Riley's got it. He fires it across the diamond. The ball's high. Olsen tries to apply the tag, and the ball pops out of his glove. See how they ring that up, but most likely a throwing error. High throw. Olsen applied the tag, but when he made contact with the runner, the ball popped out of his glove. So first pitch on the way to the leadoff hitter. Cedric Mullins is called for a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery, swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. Will it stay in play? It's just going to be out of the reach of Riley, who was chasing it over by the tarps, probably 15, 20 feet out in front of him. Never had a chance. It's 1-2. Braves lead it 1-0. Matt Olson led off with the solo shot in the first inning, or led the scoring off, excuse me. He was the number 2 hitter. The 2-2 in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 3-2. Partly sunny skies here in Atlanta, not expecting rain today. The Braves are in their all whites with the Braves across the chest, tomahawk down below. Red lettering, red numerals on the front and back with their names in navy. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is roasted in down the right field line. It's going to get up against the wall. Acuna gets it in quickly, but not before Mullins has a 1-out double. Runner on first, stops at third. No, that graphic there's a little more archaic. We're going to go to that one because the other one keeps messing up. It keeps being 2-3 batters behind, then it jumps way ahead. I don't know what's going on with it. First pitch on the way to Anthony Santander is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing. Fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. Santander been red hot in this series with a couple of home runs. The 0-2 from Elder in the dirt. Good take by Anthony. It's 1-2. So he's gone fastball, cutter, changeup to start off Santander. Would love a strikeout or even a shallow pop-up. Braves infield is playing back, so they'll give up the run. The 1-2 inside almost hits his leg, but misses well inside. It's 2-2. Arcia in a bit of a shift, almost directly behind second base bag. Everyone else is pretty much playing Santander honest. Chadwick's going to come out and talk to Bryce for a second. So we got to split in the action. Normally we would go to the scoreboard, but no one else would dare play this early. So it's 0-0 around the league. Charlie Morton will be on the hill Tuesday night. They never really gave an explanation, but essentially Charlie's getting a few extra days rest. So if you remember, Morton pitched in the second game of the doubleheader on Monday. This would have been his start, but Elder on normal rest took the ball. The 2-2 pitch inside. That one does hit his foot. That is going to load the bases with one away. So the bad news is we load the bases. I guess the good news is Santander gets the bat out of his hands. But the bases are now juiced with Ryan Mountcastle coming to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Mountcastle is in the dirt, gets away from Trump, but not far enough away for the runners to advance. So we'll keep it right there. Bases loaded, 1 out. Big spot here for Elder to make sure this game doesn't get away from him. He's got the 1-0 lead. A double play would get him out of the inning. First, the 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul far to the left of the third base line, and it's 1-1. A second to first double play would be in order. You have two runners who run fairly well, but they're not speedsters. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. And there's two strikes here on Mountcastle. The 1-2 in the dirt, gets away from Tromp again, but doesn't go far enough away. It's 2-2. Braves 1, Baltimore nothing, 1 out, top of the third inning. Big spot here. The 2-2 pitch. Right there for a strike. He got caught watching the paint dry. And there's 2 away. Mountcastle, not sure what he was looking for, but that slider was right there. So big out number 2. Gunnar Henderson comes to the plate. Gunnar Henderson, first pitch on the way is a strike down below the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down below, taken all the way. It's 1-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball on the outer edge of the plate. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Elder. Winds up and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew it right by him. And that'll end the inning. So a lot of ducks on the pond, but we get out of it unscathed. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Kidding? It's not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
You want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
In 6 games.
And there's quickly 2 away. Just 7 pitches into the inning, and Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep in center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4. On the bat of Freddie Freeman, the crowd is going bananas.
In 1882, owners of Midwestern clubs left out of the National League established a league of their own, the American Baseball Association. Its games cost just a quarter. Its teams played on Sundays, and its ballparks sold liquor. The new Beer and Whiskey League drew bigger, rowdier crowds. The stands filled with working men and immigrants, not the middle-class, native-born fans who followed the National League. It was baseball's heyday. Competition flourished, play improved, attendance skyrocketed, and huge wood and iron grandstands were built in all the big cities. The 2 leagues staged an end-of-the-season championship for fans who could not get enough baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. Tight roped out of danger there if you're just joining us. Bryce Elder had the bases loaded on him and 1 away and ends up getting out of it. Big strikeout to end the side. So Chadwick Tromp will come to the plate, and Chadwick takes the first pitch right there on the inner cut for a strike. It's 0-1. Tromp hitting 143, a 1 RBI on the year. The 0-1 pitch, way outside. Slider misses. It's 1-1. The 1-1 to Chadwick. Swing and fouled out of play. It's 1-2. The lone run was a solo shot by Matt Olson in the first. The 1-2 just below the knees. Home plate umpire Mark Wagner says it was just a touch below. Bruce Dreckman is down your first baseline. Stu Shearwater, second base, and Malachi Moore down the third baseline. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play, 92 miles an hour. Chadwick just caught up with it. We'll do it again. At 2-2. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's hit high, but not deep enough into left field. Camping underneath it is Hayes, and there's one away. So 1 out, nobody on, and the lineup flips over. It'll be Ronald Acuna Jr. stepping to the plate. Acuna takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna batting .348 on the year. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Strike on the inner part of the plate. Evening up the count at 1-1. Acuna 0 for 1 with a grounder. And the 1-1 pitch just a touch inside, but they're going to give him the strike. It's 1-2. Wells now at 45 pitches here in the third inning. The 1-2 pitch. He lets it go. Swing, and that ball's fouled away. Do it again at 1-2. If you missed it yesterday, the New York Mets lost. The Braves won. Braves are now 6 games in front in the National League East. Miami 7 back, Philly 8, and Washington 9. The 1-2 pitch to Acuna. Swung on. That ball is rifled right back up the middle. A hot shot, but a good defensive play by Frazier. 4-3 put out. There's 2 away. Ball was absolutely scalded. Acuna timed it just about perfectly, but the defense had him played perfectly. Could tell he was trying to go the other way, try to put it in the hole, but it went right to the second baseman, who was just right of the second base bag. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with a solo jack, his 10th of the year. The first pitch to Matty is a wide strike. Looked like the curveball. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Matty, high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Braves are in the middle of a tough stretch here, playing Baltimore, Boston, and Toronto. As the 1-1's below the knees out of the zone, it's 2-1. Meanwhile, the New York Mets are in the middle of a very easy stretch comparatively. The 2-1 foul back out of play. It's 2-2. If you go by off of expectations and records, the New York Mets, pretty easy beginning to the month of May, but it gets much tougher if they do not take advantage. As the 2-2 pitch to Olsen is high and out of the zone, but eye high, it's 3-2. They're going to have a rough sledding later on. They play Colorado today at 1:40, which is no gimme because Feltner, who's pitching much better, as the 3-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into the upper deck, but plenty foul. It's 3-2. Feltner has actually pitched much better for Colorado recently. He's on the mound today versus Lucchesi, so basically a bullpen game. Then it'll be at Cincinnati, at Washington. As the 3-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into left field. Camping underneath it for out number 3 is Hayes. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Look at Soto. He's kicking. He wants to throw the bat at the fans. Let him. That's his manager pulling him away. Boy, how bad is Jody Davis hurt?
A fan threw a beer at Mario Soto, and that incited him. He grabbed the bat and wanted to go after the fan with a bat.
I'll tell you the truth, and my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed, we can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you one thing, when my wife does have sex, she screams, ooh, especially when I walk in on her. Ooh.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great. I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings and a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. Elder will go back to work, and the first pitch on the way is just off the plate wide. To Austin Hayes, it's 1-0. The 1-0 swing and a miss strike. Slider got him out of his shoes. It's 1-1. Hayes, 5'11", 200 pounds, from Daytona Beach, Florida. The 1-1 just misses. It's 2-1. Two on the way from Elder. Kicks and deals. Swinging. That ball's roasted right up the middle. Backhanded, but off the glove of Ozzie. It's going to trickle into left field. He'll corral it to keep the runner right there at first. And it's a leadoff, what I would think will most likely be a single. Tough play for Ozzie. He'd probably tell you he should have had it. Actually went under his glove and off his foot. So Hayes is aboard. Nobody out. And Frazier will come to the plate. The 1-0 pitch to Frazier is swung on and grounded towards first. Just went foul. The runner was moving on the pitch, it looked like, almost like a hit and run. So had that ball stayed fair, I think the only play would have been for Olson to step on first. The 1-1 to Frazier. Elder turns and throws over to first. Hayes well under the throw. We'll do it again. It's 1-1. The 1-1 to Frazier. Swing, and that ball's rifled into right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Runner goes from first to third with ease, and here comes the throw into second, gets away. Good backup by Riley as the ball was going to head towards left field. That would have scored at least one run. Instead, you got runners on second and third, and nobody out. Hard hit ball by Frazier. Olson did a heck of a job of leaping for it at first, almost was able to come down with that. The throw came into second and just skipped away. Thankfully, Riley had the play backed up. So runners on second and third, nobody out. The first pitch is swung on and hit over towards short. Deep in the hole, RC has got it. He fires it over to first. And what a play by Orlando Arcia. A 6-3 putout. The run does score to tie the game, but a big defensive play by Orlando Arcia to keep this game tied. Frazier had to put on the brakes and head back to second. He was thinking about taking towards third, and when Arcia double clutched, he ran back towards second. Arcia still had enough time to get the runner. So 1 on, 1 out. Stowers comes to the plate. The right fielder, left-handed bat from El Cajon, California. The 1-0 pitch, swing and fouls it back. It's 1-1. He was drafted by the Baltimore Orioles, 71st pick overall from Stanford. So a second-round pick back in 2019. The 1-1 pitch swung on and popped up. It's a high camper over by third in foul territory. Riley's underneath it, and there's 2 away. So 2 outs. McCann, the number 9 hitter, comes to the plate. James McCann from Santa Barbara, California, takes a hard swing at the first pitch and grounds it right to Arcia. Arcia's got it, lasers it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. Man, that guy's got a pretty arm. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
How you doing? Hi, sir. I would like to look at your most expensive Hank Aaron card, please.
Just the one. Only 4 in circulation, $31,000.
Oh, well, that's very, very fine. Yeah. Let me look at your least expensive Hank Aaron card, please.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Stan Musial is one of the most underrated players of all time. He had 3,630 hits, which puts him 4th on the all-time list. But weirdly enough, Stan the Man had exactly 1,815 hits at home and exactly 1,815 hits on the road.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to hit sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Although the first World Series had been a huge success, the reputation of the game continued to suffer as brawling fans drove away paying customers. Now, Van Johnson ordered his American League owners to have their stadiums patrolled to keep rowdiness down. Players and managers, as well as fans, were expected to behave.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles, tied up at 1 apiece as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Braves just the 1 hit so far. Elder's been put through the ringer. He's got 3 hits allowed, a couple of walks. But you got a tie ball game, and Austin Riley comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Riley's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Michael Austin Riley from Memphis, Tennessee. Weighs in at 6'3", 240. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes. That was well out of the zone. It's 1-1. Riley batting just 200 in his last 15 games. It's a 279 OBP and a 345 slug. The 1-1 down below, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. 14 strikeouts in those 15 games. The 2-1 swung on and grounded over towards third. It's going to be an easy 5-3 put out to start the 4th. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie Albies switch hitting from the left side. The first pitch to Ozzie is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on and popped up. That'll be a can of corn. Caught by the second baseman Frazier in shallow right field, and there's quickly 2 away. So you got a 2 outs. Michael Harris II comes to the plate. See if he can get the hits going. First pitch on the way from Wells is a curveball. I'm sorry, that's Eddie Rosario. I think I said Harris. First pitch to Rosario is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 down below the knees. It's 2-0. Rosario batting 247 now. The 2-0 swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into right field, bending foul into the upper deck. It's 2-1. Rosario batting 247 on the year, but if you remember, he started off very slow. The 2-1 down below the knees, it's 3-1. His last 15 games, he is batting .306 with 2 home runs and an .868 OPS. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. The Braves' second base hit of the afternoon. There's 1 on and 2 away. Good piece of hitting by Rosario. Ball was about letter high, and he just yanked it into right field. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna His last 7 games is batting .320 with 4 home runs, 3 walks. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a strike at the letters. It's 0-1. During that stretch in the last 7 games, an 1193 OPS. His last 15 games hitting 192. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on it, just got a piece of it corkscrewed it foul over towards the on-deck circle. It's 0-2. Braves 1, Orioles 1, bottom of the 4th, 2 outs, 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Wells turns and flips it over to first to keep Rosario close by. So back at it with 2 strikes and 2 outs. The 0-2 to Ozuna. High, just misses. Tried to dot it on the top shelf inner cut. It's 1-2. It just missed. 1-2 count from Wells. Rosario leads off at first. The wind up the pitch. High and out of the zone. It's 2-2. So deuces are wild here in the bottom of the 4th. 2 outs. A 2-2 count to Ozuna. Rosario on first. 1 swing would be 2 runs. The pitch clock winding down on Wells. See if he gets it off. He turns and flips it back over to first again. That's his 2 moves used. So now the wheels are really turning because Rosario could get a much better jump knowing he doesn't want to pitch out and give Ozuna a 3-2 count. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. Rosario stayed put. But now he will be off to the races. He can get a really good jump with both moves already being exhausted. Rosario with 2 strikes, a 3-2 count. Had he gone, he'd have been safe by plenty because the ball went into the dirt. Here's the pitch. Rosario on the way. Ball 4. Good eye by the Big Bear. We got runners on first and second and 2 outs. Michael Harris coming to the plate. Pitching coach, along with the rest of the infield, going to come out here and talk to Wells, probably just to give him a breather. Wells is sitting at 70 pitches, by the way, here in the bottom of the 4th. So that's a little higher than what you want. Michael Harris getting set for his at-bat. Harris off to a slow start, just hitting .214. He did get his first home run this week. Of course, he was on the IL for a few weeks to start the season. So hopefully he can get his rhythm back. So we're set. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. The first pitch is swung on, and that ball is hit high and deep. Going back on the track, making the catch at the wall. Mullins for out number 3. About 3 feet further, and it's a 3-run game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet. In 1985, third baseman Mike Schmidt criticized his own Philly fans for booing him by calling them uncontrollable and beyond help. Once he got back to Philadelphia, he was scared the fans would throw stuff at him on the field, so he decided to wear an outfit of a wig and sunglasses. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey.
He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hard-working boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man, and so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles. Cedric Mullins comes to the plate, and the first pitch by Mullins is swung on and hit hard into center field right at Michael Harris. He'll return the favor and retire his counterpart as he did him the inning before, and there's one away. So that'll bring the number 2 hitter up, designated hitter Anthony Santander. Santander takes the first swing at the first pitch, hammers it over to first off the glove of Olsen. Ricochet throw is over to Ozzie. Ozzie fires it over to first, and the throw beat him, but they're going to say that the runner is safe. I'm guessing Elder must have missed the bag. Looking at the replay, I don't know. That might be worth looking at. What I can't see is on the other angle. If they have another angle, it'd be nice to see whether or not that foot was still on the bag when he made the catch. Doesn't look like the Braves are going to challenge it. They're going to give that a base hit. So that'll bring Mountcastle to the plate, and the first pitch to Mountcastle is in the dirt. Gets far away from Trump. The runner stays put. It's a 1-0 count with one away. Ryan Mountcastle, batting .257 with 8 home runs from Winter Springs, Florida. The 1-0's in the dirt. It's 2-0. Mountcastle this week has been scorching hot, batting .345 last 7 games. 2 home runs. The 2-0 pitch swung on and hit hard down the left field line. Just fouled, just past the glove of Austin Riley. And it's a loud strike. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Swing, and that ball's hit hard into right center field. Catching the ball at his shoestrings is Ronald Acuna Jr. What a great defensive play by Acuna, and there's 2 away. Ball was heading towards the gap, but then continued to slice, and Acuna gave chase and caught it. Just backhanded it off his shoe tops for out number 2. That ball gets down. It could have been trouble. Mountcastle give way to Henderson. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Henderson is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Though it has yet to cost the Braves a base, Trump has probably coughed up about 5 pitches that have gotten away from him. Something to keep an eye on going forward. The 1-0 pitch. Down below the knees, it's 2-0. Gunnar Henderson from Montgomery, Alabama. Drafted in 2009 in the second round by the Orioles. The 2-0 right there at the knees for a strike. It's 2-1. See this young Baltimore Oriole team that's becoming better and better and being more relevant. I predicted that they would make the playoffs this year in our preseason show. And you can see why. And you can also see as we go through them, as Elder gets a ball hit right back to him, but it's a slow roller. He's got to charge, make the throw, and gun him down. Guns down, Gunner at first. Good play by Elder. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Listen, if you feed your kid frozen pizza or chicken nuggets for dinner, you are a terrible parent. I don't care what it takes. You take the time out and you put that in the microwave.
Today we're going to talk about the career of Rod Carew. He made his major league debut April 11, 1967. He had a career-high 5 hits against Washington on May 8, 1967. On May 20th, 1967, he became the first Minnesota Twins player to hit for the cycle. All of these things happened in his first 2 months in the major leagues. He was an 18-time All-Star. He only missed 1 All-Star game in his career. In 1969, he stole home 7 times. Only Ty Cobb has stolen home more in 1 season. He hit 300 or better from 1969 to 1983. He never struck out 100 times in a season. He won 7 batting titles in his career and 4 straight from 1972 to 1975. He would miss out on a 5th straight batting title by .002. He led the American League in hits 3 times in his career. Over his 19-year career, he batted .328, had 3,053 hits, scored 1,424 runs, stole 353 bases, and had a .393 on-base percentage. He also won an MVP award in 1977. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 with 90.5% of the vote.
America's entry into World War I was very near in the spring of 1917. Millions had died on battlefields in Europe, and Americans could no longer stand by. Baseball was eager to show that it was ready to do its part. Van Johnson ordered teams to learn close order drill, and the Washington Senators showed off their marching skill, led by the athletic young Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch for a strike there at the knees. It's 0-1. Orlando Arcia batting .326 on the year. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Is that going to stay in play? Giving Chase's Mountcastle. It's going to bend past the first base dugout. It's 0-2. Orlando Arcia, just 46 at-bats in the season because of the injury. 2 home runs, 7 RBI, but an .892 OPS. The 0-2's in the dirt way outside. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. It's 2-2. The 2-2 to Arcia. Ball 3, 3-2, down below the knees. Orlando has a brother, Oswaldo, that plays for the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. The 3-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted, and it is going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Arcia around first. He'll head to second, and it's a leadoff double for your Atlanta Braves. Oswaldo is currently in the minor leagues, but he played for Minnesota, Tampa Bay, and Miami in the middle of part of the last decade. First pitch on the way is a high flyer just underneath the chin of Tromp. He bends out of the way, and it's 0-1. Tromp's 0 for 1 with a fly out. Braves have a chance to push back across the lead. The 1-0 pitch. Outside ball 2-0. Braves 1, Orioles 1. Bottom of the fifth, nobody out. Top of the lineup is due up. The 2-0. Wills lets it fly, swing and a miss. 88-mile-an-hour cutter. Across the letters, it's 2-1. Arcia leads off a second. The 2-1 pitch from Wells. Turns and fakes a throw over to second. And Arcia fakes carrying because it wasn't a very convincing throw. We'll go back at it. It's 2-1. That does count as one of his moves to the bag. So a 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up. And it'll get out of play. It's 2-2. A lot of baseball due up for today. We're the only game going right now, but once the other games get going, we will keep you updated. The 2-2 pitch to Tromp. Off the plate, wide, ball 3. Slider missing. It's 3-2. .135 is your next go around for first pitch. Is the 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered high and deep down the left field line. Bending foul into the upper deck. A souvenir for some folks that probably didn't think they were getting one today. It's 3-2. At 135 today, you got Red Sox and Phillies of interest. At 140, Mets and Rockies. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is strike 3. Blew it past him in the top of the zone, and then there's one away. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna looking for his first hit. He hit it hard right on the cues his last time up, but it was right at the second baseman. First pitch to Acuna misses out of the zone. High and tight, it's 1-0. Today on the mound for Boston and Philadelphia, it's Tanner Houck versus Taijuan Walker. Should be a high-scoring game in Philly. We talked about the Mets and Rockies. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-1. I give a slight edge to the Rockies in the starting pitching department today, but the Mets are most likely looking at a bullpen game, so you never know how those are going to play out. Other games of interest today, Garrett Cole goes on the mound versus the Rays at 140. The 1-1 inside, ball 2, 2-1. The Rays are doing a bullpen game as well. I don't know if y'all have seen this being talked about, and they're having some discussions, and as the 2-1 pitch is swung on and hit high, but not very deep into right field, making the catch and the play and the tagging up. Arcia is going to tag up and make it a third. The ball gets away, but not far enough for Arcia to score. Orlando Arcia standing on third. I'm surprised he tagged up. Really wasn't that deep of a thrown ball, but he challenged the arm of today's right fielder, Stowers, and a bad throw almost got us a run. So 2 outs and a runner on third. But they're talking about, and they're actually implementing it in, as there's a mound discussion with the players, all the infield's all meeting at the mound right now. They're talking about implementing a rule where the designated hitter is lost once your starting pitcher comes out. So you would start off with your designated hitter, but once the designated hitter leaves, or once your starting pitcher is ran, you lose your designated hitter. I kind of like the idea in theory. I'd like to see how it plays out, though, just because it would give more of a National League feel to the game. Old National League feel to the game. First pitch on the way to Olsen is a check swing. Strike, and it's 0-1. It gives the advantage to the team that can keep their starting pitcher in longer, and you'd see less of these bullpen games. The 0-1 on the way to Olsen, off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Braves 1, Orioles 1. Arcia with the healthy lead down the third base line because no one's holding him. The 1-1 pitch. Fouls it back out of play. It's 1-2. The third baseman's nowhere close to the third base bag. Arcia could probably walk down and just tap home plate. The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knees, it's 2-2. I like anything that's going to reward a team for leaving their starting pitcher and anything that's going to add strategy to the game. The strategy has been lost with the designated hitter rule. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. I didn't think I'd like the pitch clock when I first heard about it. Now I love it. I like the fact you don't see it a whole lot, that they, it's only there if it needs to be there. The 2-2. Inside, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Olsen, who has scored the only run of the game with his solo shot. Austin Riley, who has been struggling, is on deck, so they may pitch around Olsen here. The 3-2 to Olsen. Swing, that ball's grounded over towards first. It's going to be easy playable 1-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten to fail to score. We head to the 6th. It's a tie ball game in Boston. In Boston. Boston's heading towards us in Atlanta. We'll be back in a flash.
So come to find out, the barber that lives around the corner from me just got arrested for selling drugs. You just never know about people, man. I've been going to this dude for 12 years. Never knew he was a barber. Crazy, man.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Craig Biggio is remembered as a great contact hitter and one of the best Astros ever. In 1997, he played 162 games without grounding into a double play, becoming the only player to ever do that. Hunter Green is an extremely exciting prospect for the Cincinnati Reds. Part of that excitement comes from his electric fastball. In his April 16th start against the Dodgers, he threw 39 pitches over 100 miles per hour, setting a new record.
Baseball had become one of the biggest entertainment industries in the country, and when war actually came in April, the owners saw no reason to stop playing.
With an astonishing disregard for the new proprieties and new decencies, the so-called magnates of baseball have proclaimed in both leagues their unswerving adherence to the wretched fallacy of business as usual. New York Times.
The owners argued that baseball should be declared an essential wartime industry so that players would be exempt from the draft. It didn't work.
July the 21st, 1918. Baseball received a knockout wallop yesterday when Secretary Baker ruled players in the draft age must obtain employment calculated to aid in the successful prosecution of the war or shoulder guns and fight.
Fresh recruits drilled on the Elysian Fields in Hoboken, New Jersey. where Brooklyn and Manhattan teams had developed the game of baseball 70 years before. Some ball players found jobs in defense industries where they were paid handsomely to play on company teams. But 247 major leaguers did serve, and 3 were killed in action.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles tied up at 1. The first pitch from Elder to start the 6th is a strike right there over the plate at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged off the plate foul. It's 0-2. Hayes, Frazier, and Urias due up here in the bottom of the 6th. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Didn't look like he offered at it. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Elder. Off the plate, just misses wide. 2-2. Elder asks for a new pitch. The sun's starting to break back out again. It's been partly sunny all day long here in Atlanta. The 2-2 pitch. Down below the knees, ball 3-2. So he got it out to an 0-2 count and is now missed on 3 consecutive pitches, running a full count and in danger of walking the leadoff hitter in a tie ball game here in the 6th inning. The 3-2 pitch on the way, inside ball 4, and he walks him. Got up 0-2 and loses the leadoff batter. That usually spells trouble as we head towards the top of the 6th inning here. And Adam Frazier coming to the plate. Frazier's had a hot bat his last 7 games. He's batting .375 with a home run, 4 RBI, and 4 walks. Trump coming out to talk to Elder. Warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen is Colin McHugh. Braves have the day off tomorrow, and then they've got the day off Thursday. So the full bullpen should be pretty much for the taking for the Braves today. First pitch is off the plate wide to Frazier. It's 1-0. Of course, there's always a few pitchers that the managers decide ahead of the game that they don't want to use unless absolute emergency. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over towards second. Ozzy's got it, flips it to short. It's going to be a 6-4-3. Frazier beats out the relay, and there's one away. About as smooth of a double play attempt as you could make, but it was slow developing as that ball was in the hole. Ozzy couldn't really charge it because the runner was crossing over. So 1 on and 1 out, and Ramon Urias comes to the plate. He's been hot the last 7 games, a .333 average and 6 RBI. Last 15, he's been hitting .327. Righty-righty matchup as Elder lets it fly, and it goes inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ramon Urias from Mexico. His brother Luis, starting pitcher for the Dodgers, I believe he goes today. The 1-0 pitch, right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Ramon, 28 years old. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees, ball 2-1. Plays all over the infield for the Orioles. One on, one out. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled down the line. Smacked up against the screen heading towards the right field foul pole. Frazier has to turn around. He was on his horse. Baltimore Orioles today come in with the second best record in the American League, the third best in all of baseball at 22-11. That's good for just 4.5 games out of first place, as Tampa Bay has just been on fire this year. Braves' best record in the National League, second in baseball at 23-11. The 2-2 to Urias swung on and grounded over towards third. It'll roll foul, thankfully. By the time Riley got it, I think Urias probably would have beat that out. So 1 on, 1 out, a 2-2 count. Bryce Elder is now up to 91 pitches. You got to figure this is his last inning come hell or high water. So with Urias on right now, Stowers is on deck, and then you've got McCann in the hole. A chance to get a quality start. The 2-2 pitch, high and outside, ball 3-2. Braves 1, Orioles 1, a full count to Frazier. Swing, and that ball's banged foul. Sinker inside. That was the pitch that he really had going against Miami earlier this week. The runner was on the go, so Frazier, who's got pretty good speed, looks like he's treating this as a 3-2 with 2 out count. Trump is coming out there to talk to Elder again. Looks like McHugh is ready in the Braves bullpen, so we'll see if Elder, this may be his last batter, or if they'll roll the dice. Seems like he's pitched pretty well, that should be given the opportunity to get out of this as long as he doesn't let a run cross the plate. The 3-2 pitch, swung on it, just bangs it foul off the foot of Trump. He's hopping around, but appears to be okay. Oh, that was not off his foot. That was off his fun parts. So he's needing a second. Home plate umpire Wegner is dusts off home plate to give him a chance to catch his breath. The 3-2 pitch, Frazier's going and swung on and slice foul. We'll do it again at 3-2. Braves 1, Orioles 1. Could very well be the preview of the 2023 World Series. You got two of the best records in baseball right here. Wouldn't that be fun? The 3-2 pitch, off the plate wide, ball 4. And he walks another, and I'd say that's probably going to be the end of it now. Runners on first and second. And that will bring Snecker out. You can't walk these guys this late in the game. Colin McHugh will try to come in and put out the fire. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Usually when somebody invites me over to their house and I drive by and see more than 3 cars, I just usually go on home because I kind of feel like it could be an intervention.
MLB teams are required to apply a small dab of mud to the 13 dozen baseballs used during a standard MLB game. Every team has been muddying baseballs since the 1950s, and they've used only one special type of mud, magic mud, found on the Delaware River in New Jersey, that provides the perfect grip. That mud has been harvested by one family for nearly 80 years. The mud takes 6 weeks to harvest and process. And the best part, only the Bentliff family knows the exact location of the magic mud.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. On Clayton Kershaw's first start of the season, he threw 7 perfect innings before being pulled by manager Dave Roberts. It was the first time in MLB history that a starter was pulled from a perfect game after 7 innings while throwing 80 or fewer pitches. I mentioned that Joey Votto had never popped up to the pitcher over his entire career. But on April 7th, Votto swung at an up-and-in fastball and popped up to the pitcher for the very first time. Nico Horner didn't hit a home run in 2020 or 2021. Corbin Burns didn't allow an extra base hit on a slider at all in 2021. But the first homer of 2022 was by Nico Horner off of Corbin Burns' slider.
Soldiers played ball in camps and on battleships, on fields in Flanders, and in hastily constructed ballparks throughout France. Grover Cleveland Alexander served in the trenches with an artillery unit and emerged from the fighting shell-shocked, his hearing damaged, drinking more heavily than ever to forget the horrors he had seen. Though Branch Rickey was 36 and had 4 children, he went to war too, became a major, and commanded a unit that included Captains Ty Cobb and Christy Mathewson. Cobb and Mathewson did not get to France until after the shooting stopped. But during a drill, Mathewson was exposed to poison gas that fatally seared his lungs. He would live for 7 more years, but his great career was over.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will come in, and he'll inherit a mess. Runners on first and second, 1 away, and Trump's coming out to talk to McHugh now. Starting to think they might need to go to the bullpen for Trump. So McHugh, let's get set now. And I wonder if Trump is aware that you can only have so many visits to the mound. That's at least 4. You can only have 6. We're here in the 6th inning. First pitch on the way from McHugh is swung on and banged foul by Kyle Stowers. Rolls towards the first base dugout. It's 0-1. Stowers batting 111 on the year. Righty-lefty matchup. Swing and a miss. Cutter dipped on the inside almost with slider movement. Came out of his shoes on that one. It's 0-2. Stowers drafted out of Stanford in 2019 by the Baltimore Orioles. Was talking about this earlier. You notice the Orioles are loaded top to bottom with homegrown talent. So much like the Braves, you got to assume the Orioles are here to stay for a while, the way they've built it internally. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Cutter got him top of the zone, and there's 2 away. Big out, huge out for Colin McHugh. Ball just kept rising and rising and rising. I thought it was going to have, honestly, when it came out of his hand, it almost looked like changeup, and I'm thinking that's what Stowers was thinking because he was a touch behind it. So that'll bring Adley Rutschman to the plate. Rutschman pinch hitting for McCann. Righty-lefty matchup. One of the better bats on the Orioles. The first pitch on the way is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Standing on deck, the leadoff hitter, Cedric Mullins. The 1-0, way outside and high. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch from McHugh. He flips and deals, and cutter on the outer edge, called for a strike. Wide strike. Rushman doesn't like it. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Flips in, and did he go around? It's a slider in the dirt. They're going to say he did not go around. The count is now 3-1 to Rushman. So Braves in danger of loading the bases for the leadoff hitter. The 3-1 to Rushman. Trump is set up right in the heart of the plate, and cutter misses high and out of the zone, ball 4. So a walk to Rushman will bring Mullins to the plate. Nowhere to put Mullins. Mullins step up. The first pitch on the way to Mullins is swung on and banged foul off of his shin. It's 0-1. Mullins, tough customer. About got one out of here recently, earlier today. The 0-1 pitch, way outside wide. It's 1-1. I think that was his sweeper, and it just did not curve at all. The 1-1 pitch, cutter high and out of the zone again. It's 2-1. The 2-1 swing and fouls it out of play. It's 2-2. So deuces are wild. A 2-2 count. The 2 outs. Here's the windup and pitch by McHugh. Down below the knees. Ball 3, 3-2. Not what you wanted. So not only you got a full count, but the bases are loaded with 2 outs, so all the runners will be on the move. Here's the pitch from McHugh. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Pulled the string. The sweeper got him, and that's the end of the inning. So a good job by McHugh to get out of the jam. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th in a tie ball game.
You think you have it bad right now? Well, here's a little perspective. Caitlin from Instagram is super tired from leg day.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1979, the Yankees introduced a mascot named Dandy. He was a pinstriped bird with a Yankees hat and a mustache. 3 years after Dandy was created, the Yankees decided to discontinue the mascot and destroyed the costume with an industrial shredder. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019 before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series' stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's 4th World Championship in the decade.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles, we are tied up at 1 apiece, and Austin Voth comes into the game. The 5.17 ERA, you probably remember him from his days with the Washington Nationals. He was a part-time starter in Washington. He's been turned to the bullpen here in Baltimore. He'll start the inning off against Austin Riley. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Austin is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike. Curveball taken all the way by Austin. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Down below the knees. Good take by Austin. 2-1. They checked down the first base line, but he didn't go. The 2-1 pitch. Riley digs in. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the windup swing and a foul back out up against the screen behind home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Riley. Here's the windup and just off the plate. It's now 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Riley. Nobody on. Bottom of the 6th, nobody out. Here's the pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up high in the sky into right field. Making the catch is Stowers. And there's one away. Riley really struggling at the plate. You can see the frustration. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie's 0 for 2 with a fly out and a pop out. The 1-0 pitch to Ozzie, right there for a strike. Curveball, outer edge. It's 1-1. The 1-1 off the plate wide. It's 2-1. So he went fastball, curveball, curveball. A 2-1 swing, and that ball's hammered down the right field line, but just foul. It's 2-2. Rubber game of the 3-game series. Baltimore won the first game Friday night. Braves came back. The dramatic win. Bottom of the 9th home run by Pilar. In last night's game, the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the curveball off the edge. There's 2 away. Good pitch by Voth. Backdoor curveball that just kept sailing away. So 2 outs now. And Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. He'll take the first pitch inside for a ball, 94 miles an hour, right there at the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Right there at the knees, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count to Rosario, down below the knees. Tried to get that curveball to chase. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is Marcelo Zuna, who's been red hot. Michael Harris is in the hole. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on that one. Rosario was trying to hit an 8-run home run on that swing. Kind of spun around like the Tasmanian devil. It's 2-2. So 2-2, 2 out, nobody on. To wind up the pitch swing, and that ball is grounded over towards second. It's going to be an easy 4-3 put out, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. The Braves go quietly. We head to the top of the 7th, tied in Atlanta.
What's my body count? That is incredibly rude. I have 1 manslaughter conviction. The rest I was acquitted.
Yeah, Rob was kind of a shot in the dark. He came up on his pre-draft visit, had a bad visit. We put him in a room, came back. He was asleep on the floor. Didn't make a very good impression.
He was what? He was sleeping on the floor?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. While the Angels now have their own stadium in Anaheim, they used to play their home games at Dodger Stadium. In the early 1960s, the Angels were a brand new team and had to share the stadium with the Dodgers because a dedicated field had not been built for them. Eventually, in 1966, the Angels got their own ballpark. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me.
Do you see Kaepernick coming back? I mean, he tried out with the Raiders recently.
I heard it was a disaster. I heard it was one of the worst workouts ever. I'm wondering how the hell this happened and the tape didn't get out, right? I mean, somebody wasn't over the fence or nothing? Come on, man. We live in a world right now where you put a drone up. Hey, it ain't like they can stop you. They ain't gonna stop the workout talking about there's a drone up here. We don't know who this is. I mean, what? Come on, let's run this.
Armchair.
Who is he anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? No. He's a gambler. Then added, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fixed the World Series, I repeated. The idea staggered me. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles. First pitch on the way from McHugh, who's back out there for a second inning of work. Fires in a pitch to Santander off the plate. No, they're going to call that a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Cutter right by him on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Heart of the Baltimore lineup due up. The 0-2 to Santander. 1 for 2. High and out of the zone. It's 2-2. He's been red hot. Braves trying to avoid his bat. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and popped up. Over by Olsen. He's camped underneath it. High in the sky. He'll make the catch. There's one away. So big out there to get around Santander. That'll bring Ryan Mountcastle to the plate. Mountcastle Formidable bat in his own right. The big right-handed first baseman takes a hack at the first pitch and fouls it back. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Off the plate wide. Sweeper misses. It's 1-1. Braves defense and a bit of a shift to the left side. The 1-1 pitch swing, and that ball's hit hard right at Arcia. He catches it on the one, hop off his back foot, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2. I know I said it earlier, but it is nice to have a reliable shortstop over there. Batting be damned. I don't care what he hits the rest of the year. I'm just glad to see a ball go to the 6 hole and not get fumbled around. First pitch on the way to McHugh, from McHugh to Henderson, just misses off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Henderson 0 for 3 with 2 groundouts and a strikeout. The 1-0. Right there for a strike on the outer edge, top shelf. It's 1-1. If McHugh can get through this inning, that would set up nicely for the 8th and 9th. The 1-1 pitch just misses. It's 2-1. Colin McHugh now at 24 pitches. The 2-1 delivery. Swung on it, banged off his foot, foul. It's 2-2 to Henderson. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Get up and stretch, Braves country. Let's get some runs.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the game, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need a peanut and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home. Don't win the game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning and hopefully heading to get some runs. Braves offense has been non-existent today. 3 hits, 1 run. The 1 run came off the solo home run by Matt Olson. Quick game all in all. We've gone through just over 2 hours. We've gone through 6 1/3 innings. So If you cut out the 47 trips to the mound by Chadwick Tromp, he'd probably be in the 9th inning. Marcell Ozuna is due up. He's 0 for 1, but he did reach via the walk. He also reached via a throwing error. It'll be Ozuna, Harris, and Arcia. The chance the Braves to get something going here in the bottom of the 7th. Braves with a much needed and deserved off day tomorrow. And they'll get two off days this week, Monday and Thursday. We're going to bring you all 5 games as the plan here on Braves Country this week. So Marcell Ozuna stepping up to the plate. And he's set to square off against Voth again. The first pitch from Voth is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Top shelf intercut. It's 0-2. The 0-2 on the way. Wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball is served over towards right side of the infield. First baseman Mountcastle backhands it, makes the play, flips it over to first. Good defensive play by Mountcastle. And it's a 3-1 putout as the pitcher was covering the bag. That'll bring Michael Harris to the plate. Harris, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Harris is a strike right there. Belt high. Curveball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Harris hit one pretty hard his last time up, though he is 0 for 2. The 0-2 pitch, the 1-1 pitch, excuse me. Off the plate wide, curveball misses. It's 2-1. Count in his favor, a 2-1 count to Harris. Both. Goes outside for a fastball strike, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 swung on and hit high in the sky into left center field. Making the catch is Mullins, and there's 2 away. So 2 outs, and Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with the double. The first pitch on the way to Orlando is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Orlando, first game back off the IL. If you're just joining us, the 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-1. About that time to turn back time here on Braves Country. Try to sneak this in over the next inning or so. The 1-1 on the way, swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt, it's 1-2. On this date in 1903, the first game, what will become one of baseball's biggest rivalries, the Pilgrims beat the Highlanders in Boston 6-2. They eventually become the Red Sox versus Yankees. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide. Did he go? He did not, says first base umpire Bruce Streckman. It's 2-2. First ever Yankees-Red Sox matchup on this date in 1903. Of course, they were the Highlanders and Pilgrims back then. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him chasing that curveball. Orlando was not picking up that curveball at all. We'll head to break. A tie game heading to the top of the fifth in Atlanta.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it, right? The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. I thought you couldn't win without teamwork, Collins said later, until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year. The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind, a tight fist, and nasty temperament. The climate was too good for it not to happen.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Colin McHugh is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. McHugh set to face Hayes as the 0-1 pitch is swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. So they are sending McHugh back out there for another inning, or at least another batter. We'll see how this plays out. McHugh, the 0-2 pitch in the dirt, ball one. It's 1-2. Set to face Hayes, Frazier, and Urias. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and deals. Swing, and it's a comebacker to Colin. He'll flip it over to Olsen underhanded. And it's a 1-3 putout to start the eighth. And that will do it. So one batter and Snicker gets the hook. We'll be back in a flash. The lefty coming out of the pen, Dylan Lee for your Atlanta Braves.
What happened to you? She tried to kill me. What did she do? I don't know, but I woke up in the Hudson River in a sack.
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners, in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. He was making a nickel on everything that went, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were, they were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series, because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch from Dylan Lee to Frazier as a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. 1 out. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted into shallow center field. On the run, making the catch is Arcia. A backhanded grab, and he is pulling out all the stops today. His first day back from the IL. Solid defensive play by RC, about his 4th one of the game. The 2 outs. That'll bring the right-handed bat of Ramon Urias to the plate. First pitch for a strike, it's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup, the 0-1 from Lee. He rocks, kicks, and deals. Swing, and that ball is right by him. It's 0-2, 93 miles an hour on the inner cut. Braves 1, Orioles 1. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and hit hard on the ground. Right at Riley. Riley's got it. Fires it over to first. And across the diamond it goes. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Hopefully for some more 8th inning magic here in Atlanta.
There's a somebody out there for everybody. And the person for you is a psychiatrist.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it. But throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined. And now the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein, who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather, because there was no way he could fix that.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied up at 1 apiece with the Baltimore Orioles. The first pitch on the way to Sean Murphy, who's come in to pinch hit, is swung on and grounded over past the mound. It's going to be an infield play. Charging is the shortstop, Henderson. He fires it over to first and gets the slow running Murphy. There's one away. Murphy coming in to bat for Trump. There's a high chopper just over the mound past the pitcher. So that'll bring up Acuna to the plate. Acuna swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike two. It's 0-2. 1-1 the score, 1 out, an 0-2 count to Acuna. And fastball off the plate wide. It's 1-2. Cano is the pitcher. And he's kind of gone viral recently. He came over in a trade, and anyways, long story short, he's got a funky sinker type fastball that dips in on right-handers. The 1-2 misses outside wide. It's 2-2. Has yet to give up an earned run this year. The 2-2 on the way. Swing, and that ball's sliced down the line. Just foul right field corner. Do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 on the way from Cano. Yanier Cano, 29 years old. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Came over in the Minnesota trade. If you remember the Lopez trade that sent Lopez over to Minnesota, Cano was one of the pieces that came back to Baltimore. The 2-2 pitch. Just off the plate. Taken for a ball, 3-2. That was a close one. Probably too close to take, but got the benefit of the doubt. Cano's from Havana, Cuba, 29 years old. First broke into the league last year. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards Henderson. Henderson has it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout for out number 2. Kind of a late bloomer. Made his first major league appearance last year at age 28. And did not impress last year, an 11.5 ERA, but this year, 11 games, 14 innings, and no earned runs. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, the only run on the board for the Braves was his solo shot in the first. And the first pitch is swung on and bounced foul off the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Olson misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Cano kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball is dribbled foul in front of the plate. Do it again. It's 1-2. Braves 1, Orioles 1. 2 outs, nobody on, a 1-2 count to Olson. He's trying to duplicate what he did in the first inning. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, it's 2-2. So an even count now. Deuce is wild here in the bottom of the 8th. 2-2 count with 2 outs. The number 2 hitter, Matt Olson. The wind up the pitch. Swing and fouls it away. Do it again at 3-2. Austin Riley stands on deck. Two count to Olson. The 15th pitch of the inning. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Changeup got him. And Cano's doing some strange braggadocious stare down of Olson. Olson's kind of, looking at him going, all right, guy. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I just remember, like, in 1998, when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it, and they were like, keep your information off the internet. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And, like, now, a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name, and we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23rd, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the third, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a flyout to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh, yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. He's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves knotted up at 1 with the Baltimore Orioles. Series is knotted up at 1. The score is knotted up at 1. We head to the 9th inning. First pitch on the way from Iglesias, who's coming in, is swung on and banged off the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Sinker down below the knees, just dove off the plate on Stowers. It's quickly 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Iglesias, righty-lefty matchup. Here's the wind up the pitch and in the dirt. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, swing and fouls it towards first base. Do it again at 1-2. One-two pitch, high and inside, close shave for Stowers. Had to bend out of the way. A little bit of whiplash. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded back to first. It's a 1-3 putout for out number 1. So an effective high and tight then goes away. Kept Stowers off balance. And 1 out here in the 9th. If you're looking ahead to the 9th inning, the Atlanta Braves is the first pitch on the way from Iglesias to Adley Rushman is a fastball off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Rushman stayed on after pinch hitting for the catcher McCann last time around. The 1-0 misses down and low. It's 2-0. 2-0 to Rushman. Swing and a miss. Just off the plate, foul tipped into the glove. It's 2-1. The 2-1 on the way off the plate wide, now 3-1. So Iglesias has worked himself into a jam here. The 3-1 swing, and the ball's fouled over towards the third base dugout. Now a full count to Rushman. 3-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards first. Olsen has it, flips it over to Iglesias, who's covering the bag for out number 2. 1-3 put out if you're scoring at home. So 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Iglesias 12 pitches into the inning. That'll flip the lineup over. Cedric Mullins will come to the plate. First pitch on the way from Iglesias is a sinker down below. He called that a strike. He called that was a very generous strike. It's 0-1. That's a Sunday afternoon 9th inning strike. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So Mullins asked for time. Now he's getting back into the plate. Getting back into the box, excuse me. Steps to the plate. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Underneath it is Michael Harris, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. Due up for your Atlanta Braves, Riley, Ozzie, and Rosario. Let's get one run and get out of here.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I've been sitting here for 9 innings with you! They're the best team in the National League! Oh, they lose 1 game!
They've lost 5! They've lost 5 out of the last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
1 pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it. I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Cano is back out there. I wasn't sure if they would send him back out there for another inning, but they have. And it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees for, they're going to call that a very low strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 to Riley. On the way right there. Strike 96 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 1-2. Back end of the Baltimore bullpen is pretty well rested. Bautista hasn't pitched this series. The 1-2 pitch just misses off the plate. It's 2-2. Cano kind of shows up the umpire and kind of spins around. He thought that was a strike. Looking at the pitch track, it looked like it was about 2 inches off the plate. The 2-2 pitch to Riley. Down below the knees, ball 3, 3-2. So Cano's in danger of walking the winning run. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. A 3-2 count to Riley. Here's the windup. The pitch swung on and grounded over towards first. A comebacker, 1-3 put out, and Riley's out number 1. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie batting from the left side against the right-hander. The big right-hander flips one in there, 97 miles an hour below the knees. It's 1-0. Yennier Cano is 6'4", 245 is how they have him listed. I think he might be a touch bigger. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's rifled foul down the right field line, evening up the count at 1-1. Braves 1, Orioles 1. All the scoring done in the first by the Braves. Got their 1 run off of Matt Olson. The 1-1's in the dirt. Outside, it's 2-1. Orioles scored their 1 run in the 4th. They could have had a lot more. They had the bases loaded then. They had the bases loaded in the 7th. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's popped up. Will it stay in play? Ben's foul. And it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Kicks and deals, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the changeup down below the knees, and there's 2 away. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Nasty changeup by Cano. Ozzie was way out in front. In fact, his batting helmet turned around on the side. The first pitch on the way to Rosario is a fastball outer edge, swung on and popped back foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing and bangs the plate foul back behind home plate. Ball boy will grab it, get it out of the way in case the catcher has to chase after another ball. So you got an 0-2 count to Rosario. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Braves are down to the last strike before we would head to extra innings. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Cano strikes out Ozzie and Rosario to end the inning. We'll head to extra innings with the Ghost Man and all. Let's get them, Braves country.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees' pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh, yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hold on to your caps. Jesse Chavez to face Santander. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch is swung on and foul tipped into the glove. It's 0-1. Cedric Mullins, our leadoff hitter, will be standing on second base as the ghost runner. All kinds of things working against you. Santander has been by far the hottest hitter in this series. The 0-1 from Jesse, swing and fouled it back out of play. It's 0-2. He's gone change up to start it off. He can dial it up to about 90 miles an hour. Those two were around 83, 84-ish. So see where he goes here on an 0-2 count to Santander. The wind up the pitch. Cutter swung on and grounded foul. Good placement for that cutter. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Chavez winds up and swings and hits it high and deep off the right field wall. That'll score a run. Acuna plays the hop, gets it back into the infield pretty quickly, and he'll hold Santander to a single. And it's 2-1 Baltimore. Thankfully, that ball stayed in play. Jesse had been perfect his first 9 innings, but his last few outings, he's really been wrapped around. They're going to take Santander out for a pinch runner in the designated hitter position. So Mateo will be the pinch runner, the normal shortstop for the Orioles. He leads off of first. First offering from Jesse is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. So Mountcastle is at first. Sorry, the first baseman, Mountcastle, standing at the plate. Righty-righty matchup, power hitter. Mateo on first with nobody out. Jesse flips it over to first. Pretty close play at the bag. Mateo is underneath the throw. Do it again at 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Pitch out, and that didn't even help. They had a pitch out. Mateo was running, and he stole it with ease. Not even a throw down to second. They gave him such a big jump. That pitch out did no good. He probably had 3, maybe 4 steps before the ball was ever released. So Mateo stands on second. We're back to a ghost runner situation. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 2-1. Due up in the 10th, the Braves will have Ozuna at the bat, and Rosario would be the ghost runner unless they pinch hit. The 2-1, swing and a miss. Strike two. It's 2-2. Pulled the string on that one. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Curveball in the dirt. Did he go around? They're going to check down. No, they're going to say he did not. It's 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Pitch on the way from Jesse. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. 90-mile-an-hour cutter about knee high on the inner part of the plate. It's 3-2. Three-two from Jesse. He winds and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Mountcastle can't believe he swung at that. The ball was pretty far off the plate. It was one of those cutters that just kept fading and fading. And when Jesse's hitting on all cylinders, that's the pitch. That's the pitch that's hard to handle. So that'll bring Henderson to the plate. Gunnar Henderson. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Henderson is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Henderson's 0 for 4 on the afternoon. Sun's really starting to break out here in Atlanta. Jesse turns around and fires the ball back to second base, trying to catch Mateo napping. No such luck. We're back at it at 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Jesse. Winds and deals. Swing, and that ball's ripped right up the middle. And Arcia's got it. Fires it over to third. And he's going to be hung out to dry. A great defensive play by Austin Riley as the throw by Arcia was a little offline. And he was able to grab it, dive to his right after making the catch from his left, and tag the runner out. Almost a disaster, because if that ball just a little farther over, you're going to have runners on the corners. You'd say it was a little greedy, but it worked out, and there's two away. Henderson is on first. Good tag applied by Riley. They keep showing the replay, but he's definitely out. Now, whether or not they may be, it looks like that they're looking at this, but I think it's much to do about nothing. He got him on the leg just before he hit the bag, and he kept the tag on as his foot came off the bag as well. So he's out. His glove didn't come off of Mateo until, and it has been confirmed, so they were reviewing it. There's two away. So a big out number two. Braves trail by one, but they'll have the ghost runner as well in the bottom of the 10th. The first pitch on the way to Hayes is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Jesse turns and fires a pretty good pickoff attempt over to first, but the runner's safely back. We'll do it again at 1-0. A 1-0 count on Hayes. Henderson leads off of first. There's two outs. The wind up to pitch off the plate wide. It's 2-0. Standing on deck for Baltimore is Frazier. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play off the first base dugout. We'll do it again. It's 2-1. Ball shot right back into play. A 2-1 count from Jesse. The windup, the pitch, swing, and pops it up. High in the sky. Underneath it is Acuna. He'll make the catch for out number 3. The Braves give up one with the ghost runner. We'll try to get it back here in the bottom of the 10th and one more.
She's bald.
What do you mean bald?
What do you think I mean bald? Bald. Bald. She's bald. She's bald.
Jack Suwinski made history, becoming the first rookie with 3 home runs, including a walk-off as the Pirates beat the Giants 4-3. The left fielder went 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, 3 RBI, and a walk. After the game, Suwinski said, "To do it on Father's Day with my dad here, I know it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to me. He's always been there. Just being able to share that, knowing he's here, it's awesome. It's hard to describe." His first home run came in the 4th inning to tie it at 2. 2 innings later, he hit an even deeper home run to right that gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead. His final home run was on the 3rd pitch of the bottom of the 9th. That ball also went to right field. This is not his first walk-off. He had a walk-off after hitting one against the Diamondbacks. Suwinski is the 2nd Pirate rookie to hit 3 home runs in a game, joining Andrew McCutchen.
A South Carolina country boy, he had learned how to bat from a Confederate veteran who had learned his baseball from Union soldiers in a northern prison camp. He had hoped to be a pitcher until he broke a batter's arm with a wild pitch. Jackson could neither read nor write, but he could hit. 408 in his rookie year. 356 lifetime, the 3rd highest average in history. His home runs were called Saturday specials because most of the textile workers' games in which he got his start were played on Saturdays. And he hit them with a special 48-ounce bat, Black Betsy, made for him by a local lumberman from the north side of a hickory tree, and darkened with coat after coat of Jackson's tobacco juice. Ty Cobb himself thought Joe Jackson the greatest natural hitter I ever saw. He was called Shoeless Joe because he was said once to have been spotted in the minors playing in his socks when new shoes proved too tight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 1. The ghost runner is on second base. And Felix Bautista, the closer, with his 1.84 ERA, is coming to the mound for the Baltimore Orioles. If you're not familiar with Bautista, he does tend to get into trouble from time to time, but usually gets out of it. His last 7 games, he's got a 2.57 ERA. But for the year, a 1.84 with 14 innings, 28 strikeouts. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a fastball, misses high out of the zone. 99 on the gun. It's 1-0. They have replaced Rosario with Sam Hilliard. So a little faster wheels there at second. The 1-0 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 2. It's 2-0 to the Big Bear. Baltimore 2, Braves 1, bottom of the 10th, nobody out. The 2-0 from Bautista to Ozuna, right there for a strike. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. On the way to Ozuna, swing and fouls it back. Out of play, it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch to Ozuna. Hilliard leads off second. The windup. The kick in the deal. Swing, and that ball shot over towards right. Second baseman has it, fires it over to first for the first out. But on the play, Ozuna moves Hilliard over to third. Good piece of hitting by Marcel. And the tying run is 90 feet away. So Michael Harris will come to the plate. Harris looking for his base hit. The infield is in. The first pitch is a fastball, 99 miles an hour, right down Main Street, and it's 0-1. Straight gas. The 0-1 pitch. Infield is in. Tying run 90 feet away. Ball gets away. Here it comes Hilliard. He is going to score, and the Braves have tied the ball game. It's 2-2 here in Hotlanta. Ball bounced in front of right past the plate, but bounced off the plate, kicked off Rushman's gear. He couldn't corral it in time, and Hilliard's got wheels. Ball actually went off of Rushman's knee pad really close to where the pitch column is at, and it kicked it sideways. There was no way he was going to make the play, and Batista was well far away from it. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled out of play. It's 1-2. So a tie ball game in Atlanta, brand new ball game. It's going to be the attrition of the bullpens on a hot day in Hotlanta. The 1-2 on the way, right there inside for about 101, dotting the top of the zone. It's 2-2. On deck, that man, Sean Murphy. He already had one walk-off job this year. The 2-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 3-2. That one was way almost in pitch-out territory. It's in that just a bit outside territory. So a full count to Money Mike. Righty-lefty matchup. Here's the windup and pitch swinging. Fouls it out of play. 98 miles an hour right down Main Street. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. Braves 2, Orioles 2. Bottom of the 10th if you're just joining us. 1 run scored by Baltimore in the top of the 10th. The Braves just matched it with the wild pitch, the 3-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 4. Michael Harris flips the bat, heads down to first. And the go-ahead run is just 3 bags away from winning the series. So Orlando Arcia, wouldn't this be great if Orlando Arcia could be the hero on his first day back? First pitch from Bautista to Orlando is swung on and fouled back out of play. 97 miles an hour in the inner part of the plate. Orlando's momentum took him out of the batter's box, spinning backwards, and it's 0-1. Harris on first. So you got to keep an eye on him if you're Baltimore, representing the winning run. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks it. Money's on the way. He's heading down towards second. Here's a throw. It's a close one. He's safe at second. Baltimore, who applied the tag, it's a really close play. Frazier motion like he wants it. Man, that is close. I think he hits the ground first. By the time he hits Mike's arm, Mike is in there. And he did hit the ground first, so that would have slowed down the tag. They're taking a look at it. Which would be coming from the umpires, because the first, if you remember, they're out of challenges. And the call is back in, and he is safe. Like I said, that Mike had a head first dive and tagged the back of the bag, and as the ball as the tag was applied, he hit the ground first, then skipped it and hit Mike's arm, but Mike had already touched the bag by then. So Frazier probably thought he'd made contact, but it actually hit the ground, not the runner. So Arcia now just needs a base hit. In his first game back in almost a month. The 0-2 pitch to Arcia on the way, off the plate wide, ball one. It's 1-2. They checked down there, but there's no way he went on that one. If Arcia can't get to him, Murphy is on deck. And if they try to pitch around, Acuna in the hole. The 1-2 to Arcia, swung on and grounded over towards second, and the throw's going to come down to third base, and Harris is dead meat. I don't know what he was doing heading down towards third. He wants a review. If he's in there, that would be fortuitous, but I'm telling you right now, it's a strange go. He tags him right in the face, missed his arm, but we'll see what happens here. But you're going to have definitive evidence to overturn that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's out. So now we start over again with the runner on first and 2 away. Murphy comes to the plate, and the first pitch to Murphy is a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge. It's 0-1. So now you're going to need extra bases to get Arcia home. Arcia runs okay, but he's not what you would call a burner, so he's not going to be able to stretch a single into a run like we saw Acuna do a couple of times, or I'm sure Mike would be able to do. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Murphy from Bautista, swung on and popped up foul. It's 0-2. So 99 miles an hour, 0-2 count. Bautista about to throw the 19th pitch of the inning. So he may not come out for an inning number 2. The 0-2 on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Took a little bit off of that, looked like the changeup, and that'll end the inning. But the Braves do score to tie the game. We head to the 11th, tied in Atlanta.
She had man hands.
Man hands?
The hands of a man. It's like a creature out of Greek mythology.
They did tell me about the dinner. I got to take all the receivers to a dinner. That's going to be cool. I'm excited for that.
It's not going to be cool. You know they're going to run that bill up? Like 75,000?
Oh, yeah. You mean like the Louis the 13th you're going to have to buy at the restaurant? Nah, they ain't doing me for $75K. I ain't going to fake it.
Nah. It's the rookie dinner. It's all of y'all.
You the 10th pick of the draft, too. They know you got 20 guaranteed. Wait, what you say rookie dinner is?
He thinks it's his decision.
It was so cute.
Armchair.
When Fred McMullen, Chicago's reserve infielder, got wind of what was happening, he demanded that Chick Gandil let him in on the fix. Now, 8 White Sox were involved, though Buck Weaver would later claim that he had not agreed to participate. The smart players demanded their money up front.
The meeting was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, there's so much double-crossing stuff. If I win in the series, I wanted the money put in my hand. I went back to my room at 11:30, and the 10 grand was under my pillow. Eddie Siccotti.
Rumors of wrongdoing were everywhere. You couldn't miss it, one New York gambler said. The thing had an odor. I saw smart guys take even money on the Sox who should have been asking 5-1. Chicago sports writer Hugh Fullerton was joined in the press box by an ailing Christy Mathewson to judge if everything was on the up and up. Mathewson and Fullerton would quickly see that it was not.
Everybody in the game knew it was happening. Nobody was even pretending that it wasn't happening. No one was admitting it out loud for the public. How could you admit it for the public? What would that mean?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Baltimore Orioles tied at 2 apiece. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error by the Baltimore Orioles. 2 runs, 3 hits, and an error by the Atlanta Braves. Michael Tonkin's coming into the game. He'll face Frazier, Urias, and Stowers, the bottom of the order for the Orioles. Ghost runner back in position. And the first pitch on the way from Tonkin is a swing and a high towering shot into right field. Acuna is going up, grabbing it. He fires it into the infield. The runner's going. He is going to be dead meat at third base. What a throw by Acuna. There's 2 away. That was a fabulous throw, and I can't believe he tried to go on that. I know Frazier's got speed, but Acuna was able to camp underneath it and get his momentum going and absolutely rifled him. As I'm looking at the replay, he definitely got the tag. What a beautiful throw by Acuna. I never got to see him play, but I'm thinking this is what it was like to watch Roberto Clemente out in right field, because he has got a cannon. And what's even more beautiful is he'll be leading off the next inning. So 2 outs. Oh my word. Are they reviewing this again? Yep, they're reviewing it again. Finally, we get the confirmation. There's 2 away. The umpire crew has not been very impressive when it comes to these. I get going after the close plays, but something like that, I mean, he was dead to right. So Tonkin, with no one on base now, will face Urias. First pitch is out wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ramon Urias, right there for a strike. 95 miles an hour, 0-2. If you can get out of this inning without giving up a run, you can really play that ghost runner a lot differently. The 1-1. Swing and fouls it out of play. It's 1-2. We will have our slowest runner at second, though. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Taken for a ball, and it's 2-2. So 2 outs, a 2-2 count. The wind up, the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3, got him. And that'll end the inning. So Tonkin doing God's work out there with the scoreless inning in extras. And Ronald Acuna Jr. with the hammer of God coming from right field. We'll be back in a flash.
Will you share this toothbrush holder with me?
I would love to.
Did we really need to be here for this?
Call me crazy, but I found it moving.
Does Dale Murphy belong in the Hall of Fame? He led the National League in games, at-bats, runs, hits, extra base hits, RBIs, runs created, total bases, and plate appearances in the 1980s. He went to 7 All-Star games and won 5 Gold Gloves in a row. He also won 4 Silver Slugger Awards in his career. He led the National League in home runs twice, RBIs twice, slugging percentage twice, and OPS once. Only Mike Schmidt hit more home runs between 1980 and 1987. Only Rickey Henderson scored more runs. Only Schmidt and George Brett had a better slugging percentage. Only Schmidt, Brett, and Eddie Murray had a better OPS plus. The only other back-to-back MVP winner outside of Cooperstown is Roger Maris.
To boost their gate receipts, the owners decided that the 1919 World Series would be a best-of-9 game contest. The first game was held in Cincinnati. Eddie Cicotti, ordinarily a master of control, hit the first batter in the back. Then he threw wild, bobbled a grounder, ignored his catcher's signal. Swede Risberg ruined an easy double play by failing to step on the bag. Joe Jackson threw wide from the outfield and seemed to slow down to miss balls near him. Cincinnati won 9-1.
This contest between the Reds and the White Sox is something that is concentrating the nation's attention and its faith. It was visible from the very first pitch, the first game. when the signal was put in, and Eddie Saccott hit the first batter. And that was the signal to the gamblers that the fix had worked. The only thing that the gamblers did wrong with that series, from their own perspective, is that they made the mistake of letting the Reds win the first game, because that drove the odds down. And if the White Sox, the Black Sox, had won the first game, Rothstein and his cohort would have made a hell of a lot more money.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves are tied at 2 here in the bottom of the 11th inning, and Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. Sean Murphy stands on second as the winning run. Acuna 0 for 4, 3 groundouts, a flyout. He hit a couple of balls pretty well, so hopefully he can get to this one. We've got a new pitcher, 1 second on that. The first pitch on the way is down below the knees for a ball. It's 0-1. Sorry, 1-0. Bauman comes on. Mike Bauman, 4.08 ERA, 17 innings pitched, 17 strikeouts, 108 whip. The 1-0. Down below the knees. Did he go around? They're going to check down. They're going to say he did not. It's 2-0. He has a lifetime career ERA of 5.37. Righty-righty matchup. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nasty slider. It's 2-1. On deck is Olsen. In the hole is Riley. Sean Murphy stands on second as the tying run. The 2-1. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards third. Here comes the third baseman. He'll fire it across the infield. Henderson gets him. Urias gets him. It's a 5-3 putout. Because the ball was hit over in that area, Murphy had to stay where he was. So wasted out there, but you got runner on second. 1 out. Matt Olson coming to the plate. They're going to automatically walk Olson. So they got a double play set up because the two slowest runners on the Braves roster arguably are on first and second. And Riley, who's not one of the faster ones, is at the plate. Riley, first pitch is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Bauman. Righty-righty matchup. They set up outside. Here's the pitch. Swing and strike and a miss. Top of the zone. It's 1-1. Just behind that pitch. I think he was looking for the off speed. The 1-1 from Bauman. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 99 miles an hour. And it's 1-2. On deck is Ozzie Albies. Braves trying to find a way to get home here. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That was a bad at bat by Riley. That ball was in the dirt before it left his hands. And there's 2 away. It's one of those ones where he decided to swing before he even threw the ball. So 2 outs, 2 on, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. First pitch to Ozzie is swung on and fouled away. It's 0-1. Murphy on second. Olsen on first. There's time called. think they're calling an automatic strike on Ozzie, saying he wasn't engaged. Here's the pitch on the way. Called for a strike. It's 0-2. So maybe not. I don't know what that was. They were saying it wasn't a batter's timeout. They didn't award that. But nonetheless, it's an 0-2 count to Ozzie. The wind up the pitch, swung on and banged foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Bauman takes his time, and he's going to be called for an automatic ball. Thought he was taking quite a while to come set. So it's 1-2 now. Runners on first and second, 2 away. The winning run stands on second. The 1-2 pitch to Ozzie. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Braves do nothing here in the 11th. We'll head to the top of 12. It's tied in Atlanta.
Hi, my name's Mike, and if you're sitting there watching this tape smoking your cigarette, well, hit the fast forward button, because I don't smoke and I don't like people who do smoke.
I'm not afraid to get sand on my tuxedo if you're not afraid to let the wind mess your hair up a little bit when I take the top down. I'm an executive by day and a wild man by night.
And I do consider myself a refined valley dude.
Armchair.
First inning, I called him Jackie. So let me give you a little context of that. 2019, he came out with an interview, said that he was a new Jackie Robinson of baseball. He's going to bring back fun for the game, right? And 2019, when I played for Atlanta, we actually joked about that on the game. I don't know what's changed from, and I've said it to him in years past, not in any manner, they're just joking around for the fact that he called himself Jackie Robinson.
Cincinnati took the fourth game 2-0 behind the superb pitching of Jimmy Ray. Eddie Cicotte had pitched well for the Sox, but once again, he made several devastating errors in the field.
There is no alibi for Cicotte. He pitched a great game, a determined game, and one that would have won 9 times out of 10. But he brought the defeat crashing down upon his own head by trying to do all the defensive work. He made the wild throw that gave the Reds their opening, the only real one they had. And he followed that up by grabbing a ball thrown from the outfield and deflecting it past the catcher. A high fly to left, blown by the wind over the head of Jackson, who was playing close in, followed, and Chicago was beaten.
3 White Sox, Felsch, Gandil, and Shoeless Joe, all of them conspirators, had managed hits that afternoon. Only at bat did Jackson evidently forget the script. He would bat .375 in the series.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Stowers will lead off here. As we get going, the top of the 12th inning, McKenna will replace Ramon Urias at second as the base runner. So McKenna, with wheels, gets on second. The first pitch to Bowers is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Michael Tonkin is back out there for a second inning of work. On deck is Adley Rushman. The 0-1 swung on and popped up out of play. It's 0-2. So you got the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up here for the Baltimore Orioles. Urias would have been on second, but he has been pinch ran for Ryan McKenna. The 0-2 pitch from Tonkin. Swing and pops it up. It's a can of corn. Should be playable. Underneath it is Arcia in shallow left field. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. 1 out, 1 on. Runner on second. Adley Rutschman comes to the plate. Braves get that much-needed off day tomorrow. We're back at it Tuesday evening, 7:20 first pitch. Braves-Red Sox. And then Wednesday, 7:20 first pitch, Braves-Red Sox. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Rutschman is called for a strike, slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Then we begin the road trip. Toronto on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Have all three games here. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Next Sunday is Mother's Day. The 1-1 pitch from Tonkin. The wind up the deal. Swing and a miss. 95 on the outer edge. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Cedric Mullins. The 1-2 pitch from Tonkin. He'll flip it up high and outside. It's 2-2. Rutschman at the plate. McKenna standing at second with one away. The go-ahead run. The ghost runner. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That ball's hit hard on the ground right at Olsen. He'll grab it and step on the bag. On the play, McKenna goes down to third. So the go-ahead run is 90 feet away, but there are 2 outs. G1 if you're scoring at home. So that'll bring Cedric Mullins to the plate. Mullins, 1 for 4. McKenna inching down the line at third, 90 feet away. The first pitch is swung on and popped up. It'll get out of play. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies will be the ghost runner when we begin the 12th. The 0-1 pitch to Mullins. Inside, almost gets him. It's 1-1. That really opens up some other things when you have speed as your ghost runner. The 1-1 swung on and hit high, but playable into shallow right, almost colliding. Ozzie makes the catch. Acuna was calling him off, but Ozzie cut in front of him. Thankfully, they did not run into each other, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves get out of it, 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here.
When I look at the history of the organization all the way back to when I started, the one thing that we were not known for is a tremendous offense. Okay, so we were always known for our pitching and defense, and that kept us in every year. That's why we won. We also stayed healthy. I think there was a 10-year spurt where the big three didn't miss a start. I was the first one to miss a start. But this team is equipped to do anything they want. Offensively, they're gifted. Speed is through the roof. And their pitching staff is more than adequate. And I think the fact that if they have health in their rotation, they have decent depth, which is important today, I think it could be the best baseball team the Atlanta Braves have trotted out in a long time, if ever. And I know that goes all the way back to Hank Aaron, but I can't think of a better offensive squad than they've got really from the top to the bottom. And I know the game's played differently, and there's guys that do the lineup that can hit home runs. But when you can keep Max Fried healthy, and you can have Strider, like you said, healthy, and then you sprinkle in a veteran like Morton, if they can get Kyle Wright back to where he was last year and his shoulder is not an issue, they have the front three that can match with anybody.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500, then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Baltimore Orioles were tied up at 2 apiece at the bottom of the 12th inning on a Sunday afternoon. And the pinch hitter will come on. Sam Hilliard will be replaced by Kevin Pillar. As Baltimore is going to the pen for their lefty, Perez. The first pitch on the way to Pillar is in the dirt. Bends out of the way. It's 1-0. Pitch almost got Pillar right on the foot. The 1-0 in the dirt. Again, dangerously close to the batter. It's 2-0. Samuel Perez came in last night and pitched well. 1 1/3 innings with a strikeout, no earned runs. 27-year-old left-hander from La Habana, Cuba. The 2-0 pitch. Sweeper gets him right there for a strike on the inner cut. It's 2-1. So all three pitches he has thrown has been inside. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back out of play, evening up the count. It's 2-2. Orioles are playing deep in the infield, so a slow roller will be tight. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away. Nasty curveball that came down below the knees and near the ankles. So 1 on, 1 out. The red hot Ozuna is going to get automatically walked down to first base. That'll also set up the double play for them. And Michael Harris will now come to the plate. Harris 0 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base. He's also gunned down at third. First pitch on the way to Michael is swung on and hit high and deep into left center field. Going back off the wall, baby. That's going to score Ozzy. And ding dong, the Orioles are gone. That'll end a series. And I'll tell you what, one hell of a series. Tip of the cap to the Baltimore Orioles, who gave the Braves all they wanted. The dugout has emptied and they are rushing the field, congratulating Mike Harris. Smiles all around, bloopers running out of the bullpen with the Braves flag waving, and Atlanta wins. Whew, am I tired? 3-2. I didn't think that was going to end this inning. It was starting to look bleak. So Atlanta 3, Baltimore 2. We will be back at it next Tuesday, 7:20 first pitch. Pregame come on about 7 o'clock. We'll be here Tuesday night, Wednesday night for Boston, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday for Toronto. Unbelievable game. Tonkin's going to get the win. There will be no save. Prez will get the loss, so it's a little unfair when an unearned run gives you a loss. And the Braves win it in 12 innings. Unbelievable. 3 runs, 4 hits. 1 error. Baltimore, 2 runs, 5 hits, and error. I'm sure most Baltimore fans will tell you they had plenty of opportunities to win this. Harris lifted it into left center field. They were playing him on a shift, so when he got that thing lifted out that way, I thought it was going to get down, but you just never knew. Mullins was on his horse. Had he caught the ball, he was going to collide into the wall. Ozzie would have had a chance at tagging from second all the way home. It was that hit that deep and that hard. Your Atlanta Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 3-2 in walk-off fashion. Michael Harris's first career walk-off hit in a great game. Great series. Whew. Baltimore's got themselves a good team. We'll see you Tuesday. Braves versus Red Sox, who are another team that's playing pretty darn good as well. Have a great Sunday fun day, y'all. I'm going to go grab a cold one.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.